All right, we are live. Welcome to the Sunday night party. Got a couple things to talk about tonight and some future plans and just some thoughts on YouTube in general and different things. So let's check in with the peanut gallery and see what's happening there. Grish beat everybody in. Welcome. Followed by Joe. Terrell brings up the number 3 spot. Welcome, everybody. The notification squad. Most choices are always out of this world. This one is pretty mild. I don't mind it. Yeah, only Martians, not from another galaxy altogether. Right, right. And Ezra's here. Welcome, everybody. All right, so I was trying to come up with a topic for tonight's stream, and thus the reason it didn't get scheduled till about 7 o'clock. So I had been playing this weekend a little bit in between my cleaning spree to try to find out the source of the rodents, which I think have migrated from the garage to the main building, setting and baiting mouse traps and things. So anyway, Umbrel I looked at a while back, and at that point in time, it was still one of those options where you had to install Ubuntu or Debian or some other server type Linux base OS and install on top of it, running a shell script to install on top of it. The current version, however, is a standalone installer. There are a couple of caveats. So we'll take a look at my installed version, and then we might go through a clean install on a VM later if people are interested in seeing that, because there are a couple of changes that you need to make if you're going to run it in like VirtualBox or Proxmox, because it does require UEFI, but it requires that secure boot is disabled. So that's the big caveat there. They also made the questionable choice of compressing the ISO with XZ, which after the breach, you would have thought that they might have gone with BZ2 or something other than XZ, but again, that's outside of my control, right? So anyway, let's jump over here and let's see. Oh, yeah. I forgot to turn one thing on. It's getting so prepared for this, and I forgot to turn on the corner light. Whoops. All right. Now I need to move the Commodore 64 box out of the way so people can actually see the corner light. There. Now you got purple in the corner and blue on the blue wall behind me, and it's all good. Mic, lighting, camera. All right. I'm glad everything's still looking good. Hello TVJ, welcome in. Oh, I see a nice bottle of Traverse City. Yes, you do. the the peach is on the floor, but it is here. It's actually what I'm currently drinking. Had a nice pour this morning. I found 6 rubber boas today in my yard. Never knew we had them here. I hear they feed on rodents. Yeah, well, I don't really want rubber boas, but I am considering a cat. For 2 purposes. Number 1, to help control the mouse population, and number 2, for a little bit of companionship. Knowing that if I were to die in my sleep, that it might eat me, but you know, that would keep it alive for a year, right? How many times the body weight of a cat am I? Don't answer that. I don't need anybody to do calculations. What's up with the 5 a.m. wake up? Whatever disease you have, I want it if it causes that. I suspect it's just middle age setting in, and you know, I've always been a night person. I've for the longest time I was up till 1 or 2 in the morning, and I don't know, that really took a change after the plague. And you know, I'll have these weeks where I'll go a week or 2 at a time being up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then it sort of levels itself back out, you know, getting up at 6:30, which 6:30 I'm all right with, but 5 o'clock is a little nuts when you have to you know, drink a whole pot of coffee to get through the day, and still you're, you know, running out of steam about 4 o'clock and need a 45-minute power nap. Not my choice of a permanent lifestyle if I don't have to, but I suppose if I'm going to get to the point where I'm up at 5 o'clock every morning, then I'm going to start going to the gym before work, because that's that's about what I would have to do in order to make this work. You know, if I went to the gym and started taking off a little bit of weight, I might end up with some more energy to at least help me make it through the day every day without, you know, the full pot of coffee and other things. Yeah, I was thinking 5 a.m. each day. Yeah. Yeah. Too early for me. I have to get up at 5 a.m. for work. Ugh. Um, I still get up at 4. Been doing that the last 4 years. Yuck. I mean, 5 years. Wow. All right. Let's take a look at Umbrel and we can get on to some other topics after we give this a good look. So this is their login screen. Oops, don't want to make that bigger. I want to make this bigger. I've just got a single user on it right now. Yeah, let's start here. Okay. So this is their home screen. You know, if you've seen a lot of the NAS boxes, you'll have seen something very similar. The idea behind this is it makes it stupid simple, kind of like Casa OS, but this I would say goes one step further. But it makes it simple for even your novice user to run applications on top of Docker. So I've got 2 applications installed here. Down here on the bottom, you've got a search box. So that's cool. Although it seems like it really belongs in the top right corner, like on a Mac, but I don't know. You've got the App Store settings, data usage, and this just shows the desktop, right? So in the App Store, like most app stores, honestly, you've got categories, you've got some featured apps going on, and you know it's just like I said, stupid simple to install this stuff. So you know, say we wanted to install memos, you read the little blurb about it, you click install. It's a 1 button install, goes pretty quick, and then you can open the app. Obviously, you've got to register for an account on each of these. So, you know, it's and just like that, you've got a memo application, right? Um, so, and that'll automatically add to the home screen. I've also got image installed. Um, which is sort of a Google Photos replacement type thing, and I've uploaded mostly screenshots and photos and thumbnails to it. So you know, all this is dated, and you know, I can refer back to this stuff if I need to for whatever reason. It's got a little timeline over here, so you can jump back to like 2022, 2021, whatever, and see what was going on at those times. That one I can actually delete. That was not mine. That was for the library. Anyway, Another live stream outline. But a lot of it's logos and screenshots, and I don't even know what that came from. Live streaming pros. Okay. Um so yeah. That's interesting there. You've got Explore, which has people and places. Um, a map. So if I like put in photos from my trips to Illinois, it would show, Michigan and Illinois, um, type of thing. You've got favorites and albums, which I've got a few in here. Archive and trash. It shows you how much storage you're using and the version number and status. Not a huge amount of features, nor does it really need it, I guess. Light mode, dark mode, administration has some back end things. You can create users. Um, it's I suppose useful. I don't know how much I will use it, but um, it's there, worth playing with a little bit. Maybe one of these days I'll just do some dedicated videos just on the different applications you can run inside Umbrel. Homebox is a home inventory system. One thing I do like is that it does have import export, supports CSV format, so you can download this to your computer. It's not going to be any sort of crazy binary format. You can download the CSV and whatever photos you have in here and throw it on a USB stick or a NVMe drive in a USB enclosure. Throw it in a safe deposit box or a fireproof safe, or store it in your glove box at work or at a relative's house, and then you've got an off-site inventory that is not in the same place as the original, right? So yeah, you've got profile stuff, notifications, theme settings. There's a search, there's locations. Now, one of the things that tripped me up is that I thought, maybe there'd be a few more icons across the top here, shortcuts for editing your locations. You can click into them and you can edit. You can also delete from here, but to add a location, you have to come over to the green create button. That tripped me up at first because I don't know. In more than 35 years of using graphical applications, I figured there would have been more of a button bar. So, yeah. One of the cool features it does have is, I think it was under Tools, Asset ID labels. So this is kind of cool. So this will let you set up for Avery 5260 label sheets, and it will print a QR code, numbered, and has room for you to write in a short description, which, if you're doing an inventory, that could be useful. It is a little more turnkey than getting pre-printed labels, barcode labels, and then you know, kind of building your own inventory system, which I've made a couple attempts to do, and I've always spent more time trying to build the system than actually doing the inventory. So, you know, if I can just use this, then maybe I'll just concentrate on doing the inventory rather than building the inventory system. So anyway, um, this is kind of a cool feature in my eyes. Um, but you know, um, anyway, um, so let's see. I think I've gone through the main things that I wanted to talk about for Umbrel. Um, and we talked about Homebox. We can sign out of that. It does link to the GitHub project. Um, Last release was January 4th of this year. So it's getting updates. You know, there's some sort of update 2 months ago. There's some docs 2 weeks ago. So, you know, maybe they're gearing up for another release in the next month or two. But, anyways, it's got standalone Docker um, configuration information, so you don't have to run it from Umbrel or something like that. You can just throw it on your run of the mill Docker box and use it. Um, so, um, while we're talking about Umbrel, um, so the company um, makes their own and sells their own um, home server mini PC thing. Um, just for the sake of argument, I'll show this. It definitely looks like some sort of a NUC type or sized, anyways, box. Um, See if we can scroll down to the point where it gives us some specs, maybe. Um, okay, so this is a quad core 3.4 gigahertz Intel N100 with 16 gigs of DDR5 RAM. The N100 is single channel, so, you know, don't get your hopes up for video performance or anything. 2 terabyte solid state drive, gigabit Ethernet, USB 3.0, Whisper Quiet 6-watt TDP. So those are your specs. In all honesty, when it comes to N100 hardware, you can get for 179 you can get a B-Link S12 Pro. This is actually DDR4 with a 500 gig SSD, but you know, there are other options out there. I know there's this other company that I haven't tried any of their products, but they are a little cheaper than B-Link. So this is also DDR4. Similar specs for again 179. So you know, if you want a mini PC for an Umbrel server, I don't know if it's worth getting it from them in order to get their logo on the top of the box, right? For $399. Completely up to you. I mean, if they wanted to send me one as a review unit, I would not turn it down. But the idea of spending $399 on something like this just to have the OS pre-installed, eh, not high on my list of priorities at this point in time. So, I'll come back on screen for a few minutes and let's see what people might be saying. David, welcome. How are you feeling being a free man these days? Has it set in yet? Image is now sponsored by Futo. Don't know who that is. So yeah, that is pretty cool. 2 to 3 devs now full time. Oh, that's cool. Yep, we're getting very close. I think we're 20 or 21 away. Yeah. It was previously just a side project for some guy's wife to use. Oh, interesting. When is so small too small? Are you talking about those mini PCs, Bob? Right now I'm setting up Frigate. Curious how it will compare to Blue Iris. Picked up a Coral TPU for object detection. That's cool. I'm definitely interested. Um, Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I think Monday nights are still free. You can start streaming this. What is Whisper Quiet, anyways? Who's Whisper? A mouse or Helga? Right. My only concern for boxes like this is who will maintain the firmware BIOS for CVEs. Will they actually do it? Yeah, that's a real concern. Um, yeah, I mean, I think my B-Link boxes, I think each have had one firmware update since I've had them. So, you know, it's um I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how well they last into the future, right? Enjoy retirement. Time to get the videos and the projects you have never have time for, right? Still trying to get used to it. I keep reaching for my right rear pocket for my old work phone to check messages. um, well, I suppose your CFO could get you like a burner phone, and you could keep it in that pocket, and only she would have the phone number. So you know that's always an option, and hopefully she's not listening, so you don't have to blame me for suggesting it. um, the teeny boxes, then suddenly you decide that you need 20 terabytes of storage. Yeah, um, I'm not going to need anywhere near 20 terabytes of storage at home anytime soon, but I mean, I suppose maybe a photographer would potentially have a use for that, but then you've got like NAS boxes out there that would fit the need better. But even then, when you've got an Intel based NAS box, who's really updating the BIOS or UEFI on that? Um, so my family threw me a surprise retirement party and brought in my son from North Carolina, and my best friend I haven't seen in several years. That's awesome. Fudo is a nonprofit that sponsors a bunch of self-hosted things. They employ Louis Rossman. Okay, that makes sense. Fudo is great. Put some putty in the back pocket, David, so it trains your brain. Don't give her ideas. She's already creating my summer honey to-do list to go into effect 6/21. Well, at least she gave you a couple weeks to get used to retirement. Um, wow. Um, yeah, that's awesome on the retirement party. Yeah. So, um, all right. Let me see what I can do here. I wanna show something else here that I've got. I took some notes from a video I watched this afternoon, and this has got me thinking about some things in a different way. Um, so let me throw this back on screen. I'm sure many of you have heard of Kirk Nugent. Um, he does a lot of content around helping people with YouTube channels and different things of that. Um, and he had a video. I think it came out today. It might have been yesterday. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't link the video in my notes, but he came up with um 5 categories of content that are doing well right now. And some of these sub items are my thoughts and not his. But anyways, the first one, reality or headline reaction shows riding the trend wave. I guess I could just bold what his actual points were. But anyways, my thought on this was that, um, maybe I start tracking a little closer a few of the pieces of software that I've covered on the channel before, and then make more of an effort to make a video every time a new release comes out, even if it's something short, just to highlight the new features. I probably wouldn't do it on something like Firefox because that's like an every 2 week thing. But for things like Umbrel or Casa OS, or some of the things that have a little bit longer development cycle, it might be interesting to ride the trend wave, as he put it. Every time there's a new Ubuntu release, for instance, there's always an onslaught of videos coming out, and all they're doing is exactly this. They're riding the wave. You can plan like clockwork. Every April and every October you're going to have a new Ubuntu release, and every 2 years, every 2 years in April you're going to have a long-term support release. So there's a real cycle that I could get behind on that. So that's something I've been kind of brainstorming on this afternoon while I've been doing other things. The second one he brought up was accountability concept, or content. You have to take people on a journey with you. So example would be like business growth. For my channel, which is more tech related, obviously, it might be, maybe we decide on a book that covers a topic. I don't know. We could look at PowerShell, for instance, even though saying that out loud makes me feel dirty. Um, we could do a weekly check-in, live stream where we're covering one chapter of the book and, going through and talking about some of the examples and, any sort of issues that people ran in while working through that particular chapter. Or maybe it'll be 2 chapters at a time. I haven't thought it through that far yet. Uh, Long form video podcast. Well, I'm basically doing that right now. So that one I can check off the list, right? But he specifically talked about lived experiences, hot button issues, which I not really keen to get in on that, and taboo sub topics. Again, I'm not too keen on getting in on that. But anyways, so maybe number 3 is not other than what I'm already doing with the live streaming. I don't know if I'd change much on that. Number 4 is life skills based how-to content. Again, maybe I can start bringing in more personal stories into some of the videos where I talk about, learning different topics in Linux and whatnot. Like I've briefly talked in the past about how I took a way back in like 2001 or something like that. I took a Linux class at the local community college, and it was actually taught by a woman who had worked at Bell Labs for a period of time. And so it had that, in my head, it had that connection to, original Unix. And I've still got the book around for that class just because it had some interesting examples in it. And more than any other textbook I've seen since then on Linux, it had a little bit heavier coverage of shell scripting and doing some real world business utility type shell scripts. So that's the reason I've held on a book that's that old, when tech documentation goes stale so fast. But I mean, it is what it is. And then number 5 is review of gear or platforms and services. Again, adding the personal voice to that. So I may have to go back and watch the video again just to further digest it. Maybe I'll hang out in his comment section and see what other people are saying. But it's just a different spin on things that he had in this particular video. It got me thinking, and so I don't know. Anyway, see what the Peanut Gallery is saying. Of course, we've got Joe making comments. It's awesome on the retirement party. Okay, we saw that one. No, Kirk Nugent. This is a black dude, not Ted Nugent, the Motor City moron that's moved to Texas. So, and besides, Eminem is more famous than Ted Nugent ever was. He's even a rap god. No crying, only because I started to get suspicious about half an hour before. I did not expect to see my son, grandson, and best friend, however, so it got close to tears. Well, I'm happy that you got a party at least. Um, you know, um, It reminds me of when I finished grad school and I was still working for this Fortune 500 insurance company, which shall still remain nameless. Um, Although now that they've changed their slogan, I can say they were formerly known as the no problem people. Even though internally there were all kinds of problems, let me tell you. But hey, in October have been 10 years since I left that hellhole, so I'm not opposed to spilling the beans on some of the issues I saw. um. Anyway, CISSP getting suspicious. Wouldn't have guessed. Isn't that your general state of mind? Yeah. Well, you know. Uh, um. So, anyways, does anybody have thoughts on these types of video content? I think I'm hitting a few of them already, and the other ones I can add relatively easily. Um, but yeah, uh, yum beans. Okay, I hope Ashley's not feeding you beans. Um, I hope she knows by now that, beans are the magical fruit that makes you toot, all that good stuff. Um, so anyways, that's kind of my thought on that topic. Um, so, um, oh yeah, spill the beans. Lots of context on the CISSP reference. Mine expired on 5/31. Nice. The only thing you aren't doing is hot button topics. Yeah. Well, I don't think I really want to get into that myself, but um, you could do more hot takes and reactions to industry stuff. That's true. That would be one aspect that I could bring in a little bit more. Um, Not being a trained reporter type, I'm not sure I would necessarily do it justice, but I'm not opposed to giving it a try and see how the reception goes on the channel. Um, all right, so um, in the last members only stream. Okay, so let me come back here. I restarted the computer before the stream, so I still haven't logged into everything. um, so the last members only stream, um, Joe and I spent a bunch of time talking about channel stuff and going over some of the um I don't know, pain points, some of the perceptions of performance and things. Um and I will say that um it did lead me to a different perspective. So thank you, Joe, for that. Um, Going back through the YouTube studio and looking at the performance of some of my videos, and granted, this is over the course of a number of years um, and whatnot. But about 22.5% of my videos, and I've got over 600 videos, about 22.5% of them have over 1,000 views. Um, and that's interesting. That's not a realization I really had prior to that conversation. Um, and you know, sure, I don't often get videos that perform like that last Rescue Zilla video, which I guess I can throw that up on screen here. Um, you know, that got um, 2,000 views in the first what 7 days, and or maybe it was 8 days to hit 2,000. So, anyways, in less than 2 weeks, it got um, 2,000 views, which is atypical for my channel. I do welcome it with open arms. I wish I could have a half a dozen or so videos that perform like that right in a row. But you know, to do that, it'd mean less live streaming, I'm pretty sure. But you know, it just helped put into perspective how the channel is performing. So you know, I guess that's a good thing. You know, having a different perspective is definitely lets you look at things in a different way. So uh yeah, there's that. All right, we're 40, almost 48 minutes in. If you haven't taken a moment to like the video, I would like to invite you to do that now. I'll wait. I'm kidding, but it does help the channel. Um, although you know, I'd love it for more people to leave comments on the videos after they're done being live. Um, that's one place that is very sporadic still, and um, I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I get a lot of little, you know, thank you, enjoyed this kind of video comments on the midweek news thing. Um, I will say that that's predominantly subscribers that view that. Although there have been a few that um, the unsubscribed people will you know equal out to the subscribers that view a particular episode, but it's not consistent. Um, but you know, I don't know. It's one of those things where, and I talked with a couple other people. I don't know if they want to be identified or not, but you know, when I started this channel, I was teaching. My initial idea for the channel was supplemental material for students that wanted exposure to things that were not covered in our curriculum. And to a degree, I accomplished that. Although I made the mistake at the time, early on, that I opened up my big mouth to the HR person and said I was doing a YouTube channel, and then they decided that they wanted to own my content on YouTube, and I was not having that, so I just didn't publish any more videos for 2 years. Um, because I'm not going to give other people material that I've uh, worked on my own time, my own equipment, my own internet connection. Um, and hey, guess what? I'm still here and they're out of business. So there's that. Ha ha. All right. So anyway, um, so that was almost 10 years ago that I published the first video. I think it's 10 years in August. Um, the point I guess I'm trying to get to is that I was about 40 and a half, I guess, when I started the channel, when I did the first video. Um, and then it didn't pick up steam until I was like 45 ish that I started publishing more regularly. And I guess one of those things that I'm coming to grips with the older I get, and yes, I realize that I have some people older than me in this stream, but um, I'm already noticing that my memory is not what it was 25 years ago. Um, and so my ulterior motive behind this channel, one of them anyways, is that I am documenting things that I can refer back to. There have been a couple of videos, couple on Windows in particular, that the only reason I made those videos is because it was something I did at work, and I wanted to be able to go back and reference that again later on, because it's not something that gets used on the daily. And if I'm going to watch somebody's video to refresh my memory on that, then it might as well be one of my videos and not somebody else's, right? Um, sure, I have to sit through the ads when I watch on my work account, but oh well. Um, it's still a legitimate view. Um, it's not like I'm just letting them play on repeat or something. So it's I don't know. I guess that's one of the things that I've had in the back of my mind. It's like, okay, well, I don't have to be, and I've maintained this for some time, probably even since high school. My view on things for a long time has been that rote memorization gets you so far, but in the 21st century, it's better to be able to know how to effectively and efficiently find the reference material that you need than to memorize it all. Um, I mean, if you've got an eidetic memory, then sure, memorize until you're blue in the face, but I don't, and I never will have. So, my thought is, well, let's build this at least in part so I can reference it later on. So, um, Yeah, I mean, that's just something I've been thinking about. And as I get more advanced in age, I'm sure I will be happy that I've got this library of material that I can reference back to. I leave comments open for everyone to submit, then I answer them all in some way, always pressing for another return comment. Yes. Yeah. Idiots thinking they own something, something someone else did on their own time outside of work. What's next? They will claim your house because you worked on it in the evenings. Right. Pretty much. I thought she was full of crap when she brought it up, but um, I don't have a lawyer on retainer or anything, so I didn't have a good way to get advice on it at the time. So I just pumped the brakes and didn't make any more videos for a few years. Comments, likes, and emojis all help. Absolutely. Does Alzheimer's run in your family? Actually, I remember you saying everyone perishes early enough not to get it right. Actually, my grandfather on my dad's side had Alzheimer's. Um, so yeah. Uh, fun stuff. I used to have a much better memory than I do now. I once had Ashley shuffle a deck of cards. Then I had 1 hour to memorize the order and suit. Was able to recite all 52 cards in order for 2 days. Yeah, that's that's an exercise I would not have even attempted, even when I was 25. um, when it comes to memorizing stuff, it's usually reading and rereading and rereading a third or fourth or fifth time. Um, one of the reasons that um, excuse me, one of the reasons that I've got so much stuff memorized from like the 8-bit computer era, which granted I came into relatively late in the life cycle, is just because I had so little material to read at my disposal that everything I had I reread like half a dozen times or more. So some of that stuff I've still got memorized. Um, like a couple of pokes for the Tandy Color Computer series. Um, Specifically, they had a the floppy disk drive I had was double sided, double density, but the OS in its unpatched form, which was basically basic with a rudimentary disk operating system combined with it. Um, you could poke and enable that the double sided part of that drive, but you, you know um, I was what 15 when I memorized that stuff. Um, Actually, I wrote a I wrote a program in BASIC at the time that would um, load several of those memory pokes and automatically execute for them for me, and then it would basically be it was a menuing system that I wrote that made it easier to load the other software I had on floppy disks at the time. Um, so yeah, it was an interesting time to be alive. And hey, um, let's see. I've never been a fan of rote memorization. When I've taught, even at the college level, all tests were open book. Why take the chance on something being forgotten, even in part? Yes, absolutely. But most educators that I've encountered have not seen it the same way that I do. um, you were 25 when you did that. There's a reason Jim Quick likes me. um, oh, I happened to come across a book. I guess I could just bring that up on Amazon to show people. I actually was able to check out the ebook from the library, so I didn't have to buy it. um, but I'm almost halfway through the book now. Um, just got it today. So and this came out 10 years ago, but it's still, I guess, in some ways relevant to things that I do, and um, I just didn't know about it 10 years ago when it came out, or else I might have it on my shelf. Austin Kleon. It's called "Show Your Work: 10 Ways to Share Your Creativity and Get Discovered." Um, so yeah, it's $8.54 on paperback, and $10 if you buy it on Kindle, and free if you check it out from the library as an ebook. um, yeah, it's a smaller book. It's listed as 224 pages, but there are like some full page, like pages like this that are mostly blacked out. Um, so yeah, a lot of quotes and very large text. So it's been a very quick read. But some of this stuff is a little hard to decipher. Like the crafting something is a long, uncertain process. A maker should show her work. Um, that was a little small to read on the Kindle, but it is what it is. Um, so yeah, um, interesting book so far. I've been enjoying it. Um, the other book that I've been reading, I haven't got into it as far or as quickly as I would have liked. Um, is the new Gary Vaynerchuk book, Day Trading Attention. Um, it's very interesting what I've read of it so far, but I'm not into it quite as far percentage wise as I am to the Show Your Work book. But this is the Kindle version is 268 pages. Um, so um, just a couple of books that I've been working on um lately that it's my reading habits kind of go in spurts. I'll read pretty hard and heavy for 3 or 4 months at a time, and then then it goes down to like a 3 time a week thing. for a few months, usually during the summer. Um, but I found that I'm reading more books lately on sort of the harness your creativity type of topics. Um, more than purely technical books, which is what I've read a lot of for the last 25 years. I guess. But it's interesting. Um and I'm starting to wonder too if maybe there's an opportunity hiding right in front of my nose, where um some of us that are creators that all have YouTube channels, because there's several of us here right now that have YouTube channels. But maybe there's an opportunity here where we don't necessarily do it on a regular live stream or even a members stream, but maybe we do, because the StreamYard has the webinar side of things that I've got at least until the end of the current year's subscription. Um, Maybe we do it as sort of a webinar, like a private webinar thing where we can just get together once or twice a month and brainstorm. Um, and maybe plan for things that are more collaborative in nature. And I know I want to do more collaboration videos, or I would like to. um but maybe there's a an opportunity there for making that happen, and just spitballing ideas and comparing stats and things in a more private place, and um just to gauge how everybody's doing, how everybody's feeling about things. And I don't know, I guess you could call it a YouTube creator support group of sorts. um but I don't know if anybody would be interested in that. But it's something that I've definitely thought of a couple of times, and I'll just kind of throw it out there now just to see if anybody wants to bite on it. But let's see what's going on in the comment section. I'm offended it said show her work and not his work. Well, maybe you should split the difference and it should say show their work. I don't know. Someone who saw one of my videos invited me to audition for a movie on learning under stress. All right. That's a new one. Um that is rather interesting. What time of day do you read? Um when I've been up early in the morning, I'll usually spend 45 minutes reading before doing anything else. Um Make coffee and sit and read before diving into working on the computer. I believe I won the part, but don't remember much past that. To be honest, I would have preferred seeing the winning lottery numbers. Wouldn't we all? I did buy a lottery ticket sort of by mistake a couple of weeks ago. I'd been buying scratch offs, once a week or so, just as a little bit of cheap entertainment. Um, and I asked the lady at the convenience store for a $2 ticket, and she gave me a $2 um, Michigan Mega Millions ticket instead of a scratch off. And it was at $52 million. So if that had happened, I probably would have donated the 6.5 to the library, had the library named after myself, paid off any debt I owe, and maybe taken a year off from doing anything else. Um, you may have missed that. That was all a dream. Oh, okay. Nice. Did you end up reading Jim's book? I got most of the way through it. I don't think I finished it. I should go back and start it over. I don't think I finished it. I think I got distracted on something else, whether it was another book or a project or making all these doggone live streams. I don't know. I have a couple people that keep poking me to do more live streams for some reason. I don't find myself that entertaining, but some people do apparently. Who knows? I may just finish off this peach whiskey tonight. I always got the cherry over here to fall back on. um, I like the I like the library being named after you. Was before paying off debt. Well, if I had $52 million, I could do both real quick, like now, couldn't I? I mean, it would probably be about 38 million after taxes, but or 35 million. I don't know. Um, I'm on my second glass of bourbon, so I'm not going to try to do the math. Anyway, um, so I guess my other little um thing I did today. I mentioned that I was looking at pricing on StreamYard and everything. I actually want to do this in a private window. Nope. Do it this way. That's what I want to do. So I got to looking at StreamYard, and they had added last fall, I'm pretty sure it was, they added the on-air webinar feature. So yeah, without the webinar feature, it's $39 a month when you pay on the annual plan. With the webinar feature, it's $79 a month when you pay on the annual plan. Which is, in the 900 plus dollars a year category, right? So, it got me thinking, um, what are the alternatives out there? And I'm looking at exploring some things. So I watched a video on EV which is something similar to StreamYard. It does have a little bit more in the line of features. You can add more cameras. There are several things it can do that StreamYard currently can't. And if it decides to load up the pricing, I'll show you the pricing. It's pretty similar to StreamYard. They do not have a webinar platform built in. I don't know why that's not loading. All right. Anyway, try this again. Anyway, I think it's $39 a month for their professional plan as well. So you know, if I were to come up with a different way to do webinars, because my current plan is only really having me do about 4 a year, and I'm already behind on that. I think I've done 1 this year so far. Maybe it wasn't even this year. Anyway, I'm just weighing my options as to whether it's worth doing paying the extra money to do it this way, or whether I should look at other options. You know, it's one of those things that I want to. I'm trying to rework my budget a little bit, right? So, um, let's see. Um, would you keep doing YouTube if you won big? I would probably take a 2 or 3 month hiatus, but yes, ultimately I would continue doing YouTube. Um, what would you do for fun? I would probably become a gym rat if I had nothing better to do with my time and had um, the money to live that way. I would probably work on myself and you know, get into the shape I was at 25, which would probably take me 10 years to do, but I don't know. Anyways, um I always love to ask people that. Yeah, I'd probably travel. I'd probably hang out in the gym a lot at that point, and you know, hire a personal trainer to really push it forward on the schedule I want. If I won 52 million, about half after taxes and present value corrections, I would wind up being split across 2 dozen relatives per CFO instructions. Oh, it would be wind up being split up. Well, uh, I don't know if I I guess that would all depend on how happy you are with your CFO. If I had a CFO, I would I would potentially be looking for a new CFO that wouldn't put those stipulations on things. But that's just me thinking out loud as somebody without a CFO. When you say webinar, what do you mean by it personally? Off. Yeah. So Joe, you were in that Linux webinar I did. That may actually have been the last one I did. Um, where I had set up the Ubuntu instance in the cloud and made accounts for everybody and all that kind of stuff. That's the type of thing that I have envisioned doing as a webinar, and so um, it would not necessarily require something like StreamYard, but um, my thought process when I added that feature to my StreamYard subscription. It was new and I got a discount on it. If I've got to pay full price for it, when the renewal comes around, then I'm serious about looking at other options. Um, so, um, you know, I can envision a time where I'm doing like a monthly webinar type of thing. And I've often thought about like for the next one, which I'll probably get scheduled for July. And since my plan here, so I'm on this premium plan, so I can have up to 1,000 viewers in the webinar, right? My thought is to put the registration up on Eventbrite, which I'm not sure if people are familiar with that platform. But basically, Eventbrite, you can find events, um, and you can narrow it down to things near you, or you can do online events. And say if I did one on Linux, and it was online, it will spit back information about Linux related webinars basically coming up. Some of these are free, some of these are paid. Um, this would probably be a thing where I might make it free for people that follow me on YouTube, and then $29.95 for people on Eventbrite, just to see if there are any takers. But yeah, I haven't picked out a topic for the one for July, but it's something I've been toying with the idea of. So because like there are a lot of these that are free, but then there's a lot that are like certification based that are $3,000. Um, that one's 2780 pounds. Somebody in England, I'm assuming. There's some of these that I don't think are really Linux based that are, $700. Non-techie starter series cloud computing, $200. I could easily run something like that for $99 and just just run with it. Um but yeah, I don't know. I've thought about branching out into using something like Eventbrite to try to um, promote something like this, and see what happens. It might just be a supplemental income thing for me, but um, I don't know. I'm really thinking about branching out a little bit, just to see what would happen. If I could get approval from my CFO, I would be a large section of land in the mountains and enjoy my hobbies. Buy, not be. um, yeah. Uh, When is the second channel starting? Sometime after the end of the year. At home, I am the CFO. My life is worth more than taking the change of CFO replacement. So sounds like your CFO know how to run a backhoe, or know some nice Italian fellows that work in the concrete industry or something. Um, I kid. I was in the last webinar. It was pretty much the same as the member only YouTube stream. Yeah, it was pretty similar. It was pretty similar. The big thing that the webinar platform and StreamYard adds, and honestly the thing that appealed to me was that it's the same interface for both use cases. So the big difference in the webinar side of things is that if somebody is attending the webinar in StreamYard, I can directly invite them onto the stream without having to send them a link externally, right? So it just, I click on their name in chat and say invite, and they've got the option of accepting or declining. So that's the that's the big thing. I haven't really used that feature, but basically what my idea is being able to present the information, ask questions, and be able to provide like a document or something to attendees. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will keep it for one more year and make a better plan to make more use of it to justify the cost of it. But if by August of 2025 I'm still not using it, then I'm gonna can the idea permanently. And the other difference between a members only live stream is that it was not streamed to YouTube at all. It was completely independent of YouTube. Our idea of what a webinar is different. Okay, well, we can get on a Zoom call or something similar one day and discuss it in further detail. But yeah. So I don't know. I'm kind of torn on the idea right now. It is a chunk of money, and yeah, I'm trying to rework the budget a little bit to yeah, just be in a better spot, right? um that's not to say that I don't have some money stashed aside, but I don't necessarily want to dip into that just to pay for a webinar platform either. Hell, at this rate, I may need to dip into it just to keep buying whiskey. So, need a little water now. Okay, better. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's there are opportunities for someone with my knowledge of Linux and home slash small business server stuff and the like, where if I did promote something on Eventbrite, then I might make a little bit of money from it. I'm not saying that I'm going to get rich doing it, but um, it might make for a nice supplementary income without resorting to, like, working for one of these work at home places that let you train AI models or something, um, which I'm a little leery of. I'm okay with the idea of training my own AI model privately, but I don't want to train somebody else's. Um, where is the money stashed now? What do they say in the Godfather movie, that if I tell you, I'd have to unlife you, um, something along those lines. Um, keep buying whiskey. I pity the AI model you train. Right. Yeah. Top 10 reasons why you should watch out for East Coast people that have Italian names. Um, could go David Letterman style on it. um, definitely be weary of people named Capone or Stallone or um, um, uh, Soprano. you know, um, but speaking of Al Capone, I found out that he had a hideout on a lake in Michigan about 30 miles from where I'm at right now. um, so, I found that kind of interesting. Training AI models, but that could be a CFO problem as well, couldn't it? Well, see, that's the thing. I don't have a CFO. Uh, um, so I guess I'm in the clear. Kind of woman it should date, own a liquor store. Right, right. um, yeah, well, uh, it's all good, right? So I don't know. I'm always looking for ways I can mix up the content on the channel. Um, I really want to get back into doing more long form videos. Um, it's not that I don't enjoy live streaming. It's just I've been doing so much of it. Um, I think I think it's run its course in some ways, and almost needs to slow down for a minute, just so I can regroup my thoughts on how I want to approach it going forward. Um, so um, I did in some conversations in the last couple of days, I did make some decisions. I don't know if they'll go into place right away or like at the beginning of next month or how I'll do it. But um, what I'm kind of thinking, because they don't add a lot in the line of views to the channel, is that on um, Wednesdays, instead of doing both midweek news and an evening live stream, I am going to likely start making midweek news a segment of the live stream. And consider clipping it later, at least for members. But again, I'm not sure as far as the timeline that this is going to get implemented. Excuse me. But it's an idea that I at least want to experiment with, if nothing else, for do it for a couple of months just to change things up, and then make a decision of whether to go back or not. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. So what was the other thing I was going to bring up tonight? Oh, oh, um, the Linux course. So I got to thinking about that in a little more detail yesterday. Maybe it was Friday night, and I concluded a couple of things. The first major thing that I figured out is that I was thinking of this course too much like a college course, like a more of an 8 or a 16-week course type of thing. And at least for the first course, I don't want to do that. So and this being a direct result of what I suppose we could call scope creep, right? So I am going back and redoing the outline, simplifying. And so the first Linux course is going to cover, instead of trying to do command line stuff and desktop stuff and installation stuff all in a single course, I am going to operate on the assumption that people either have or can get access to a Linux machine, VM, or cloud server for the purposes of doing the exercises. And I'm just going to go into, I think it was 5 or 6 pillars or categories of commands. And then there would be I think it was 6 categories, and then the last segment of the course is going to be kind of a bringing it all together type of thing, where we could take several of those commands and build a shell script and potentially automate it with cron. So you know, to me, that's a nice size course that you know you could get through in a couple of weekends type of thing, and much easier to build. I can reuse some of the footage I've got already, and recording the other footage I need for it is not going to be terribly difficult. Because my thought right now is I've got 2 free weekends, and then that 6-hour live stream on the 29th. My goal is launch the Linux course during the 6-hour live stream on the 29th. So I've got a deadline. I'm self-imposing. That's the plan right now. And yeah, so if somebody wants to volunteer to be an accountability buddy and keep pushing me on this, I'm open to the idea. But yeah, I want to get it out there and get some feedback, and then be able to take some of that feedback and do a round of revisions if necessary before moving on to the next course. But once I've got the first one out, my thought process is I want to publish something new every 2 to 3 months as far as a course. So yeah, that's the plan. That's the game plan right now. That's the result of a weekend of thinking while I've been cleaning and doing other things. The result of, you know, watching the scope creep on what I had started. And so it's what I came up with as far as a reimagining of the idea. Because, you know, if I get 3 or 4 courses out there, there's nothing to say that I couldn't then find a way to combine those into like one mega course at some later date, or at least take the ideas from each of them and iterate upon them to create a mega course in some way. So the kind of woman it should date, own a liquor store girl. What's that phrase? Yeah. The phrase I used to get my cousin off my case was I was looking for the perfect woman, which I defined as a deaf mute nymphomaniac whose father owned a liquor store. And the way I'm going through whiskey lately, that would be kind of a sent from the heavens, shall we say. I guess I made my vodka and OJ beverage too strong this evening. Oh, father owns a liquor store. Right. Um, I decided that going forward, my content creation objective will be focused on evergreen content. Yeah. Since I do so much with software, I don't view much specifically as far as software videos as being evergreen. Now, other people might have different perceptions, because I've got fog videos from several versions into the past that have about 50,000 views. Why people are still watching videos on such old versions, I don't know. If that falls into the category of evergreen, then I don't know why I'm wasting my time making videos on newer versions. But um, I don't know. Maybe my thought process when it comes to evergreen content and everybody else's is different. Or maybe I just discount videos that are, say more than a year old on a particular piece of software if that software is getting updated. Um, Maybe I'm weird like that. I don't know. If Josephus, if you've got the magic answer to that one, I mean, since you and I have different views on what webinars are, maybe we've got different views on what evergreen content is. So I'm not going to rule that one out either. And this may very well be the whiskey starting to talk. This was determined by detailed review of my YouTube analytics, where evergreen videos have been my most fruitful. That may include a course or playlist that could be externally useful. Right. Some software is evergreen, but mostly concepts such as networking, hardware tech. Right, right. That stuff doesn't really change. Um, yes to concepts. You should do some stuff on general why Linux versus X. Um, so you're saying do more opinion content? Because I mean, I've got a number of reasons on why Linux versus X, but um, if you ask 5 people why Linux versus X, they're going to come up with probably 5 or 50 different answers. Um, what would be a fun project would be a history of Linux segment. That's an interesting topic. Let me, because I've got the whiteboard right here. Um, Maybe one video. Why Linux versus X? Um, Pros and cons definitive. Yeah, this is your channel. People want your want opinion, your opinion. Yeah, I guess I don't know. If you haven't guessed by now, I'm sometimes an overthinker, right? Um, I don't necessarily find regurgitating my own opinion to be that interesting to make as a video. Maybe people would watch it, but I'm not sure I'd find it that interesting to make. But yeah, um, they will watch different perspectives. I plan on focusing on networking in my first pass. Um, Speaking of networking, let me pull something up here, and I've seen a couple of videos on this lately. Um, so pull this up. Um, Let me see which. think it's this one. Okay, so I have purchased, I've used it a few times now. I took it down to Illinois with me the last time I went. I've got one of these mini, they call them travel routers. I guess I can throw myself up in the corner. Got one of these travel routers from GLINet. They run OpenWRT, right? They allow you to use them as a Wi-Fi repeater so that you can have your devices on your own network connected to another Wi-Fi network, for instance, a public network like at a hotel or something. But you can also tether to a phone, wired or wirelessly using the hotspot on the phone. Excuse me. I saw a video recently where they used one of these as a travel router, and then the bigger brother of that, this Flint 2 AX6000 home router. And granted, this is kind of that sweet spot. You know, it's not quite a typical consumer level router, but it's not kind of that prosumer small business router either. It's again running OpenWRT. Has a lot of things like AdGuard, supports all kinds of different VPN services, in addition to Tailscale. I think Tailscale is one. And there's a couple other of those overlay networks that are, you know, flirting with the idea of being a VPN, but aren't quite a VPN necessarily, at least in the traditional sense. So the video I saw was set up using one of these in a home situation, and then one of the travel routers, one of these Barrel, or either the Barrel or the Slate. I think I've got the Slate as the remote router, and having like a Plex or Jellyfin or MB server set up so they could stream their home media collection while they're traveling, right? And this is, I guess I find this intriguing. I think this is you know, something I would like to potentially do a video on myself. In my case, I would set this up as quote the remote, and then have on my internal network, I'm running OpenSense as my firewall router, but having it connect into OpenSense and then be able to access whatever designated servers I've got on my network that I want to allow through that, right? So I don't know. I guess I personally would find it interesting to do a little bit more content on something like this. Um, I don't do a lot of review videos and setup videos for hardware devices on my channel, but you know, when something is budget friendly, then, you know, I'm not opposed to doing such. So I did order, I think it was $15 for the travel case. So I did get that. I think that came yesterday. So anyways, my thought is that I want to make this, I want to get it set up so the next time I go to Illinois, which is going to be over 4th of July, um, potentially, if I can get my jury duty delayed, I've got to report or fill out their survey or whatever it is. But then I can request a delay on actually serving since I had a pre-planned vacation. So I'm going to try to do that and still go on my trip for 4th of July weekend. But anyways, yeah, this is so Dave from Dave's Garage did a video on it, and there have been several others lately that have done videos on this. I will say that these routers, both the travel router and the home router equivalent, the Flint 2, this is the newest one of the bunch, they are rather unique. First, for running OpenWRT, where so many other routers these days are getting locked down behind uber proprietary, glossed up, lipstick on a pig interfaces. But these do surface through the GUI options 66 and 67 for DHCP. So if in a home situation you had something like this, you could still do Pixie Boot, either for iVentoy or for something like Fog. Whereas a lot of consumer gaming type routers, you may be able to get access to those DHCP options, but many times you have to enable SSH and then connect via SSH to enter commands to enable those features. Again, I understand why companies do that. They're protecting users from themselves, not surfacing features that people don't understand. But I've passed those days and need I need the power. it's the it's the only place I know I can say that I have godlike powers. So oh, all right, we are at almost 2 hours. I think a 50-50 mix of evergreen and topical is good for your channel. And how LSA microprocessors are designed, such as FPGA basics. Now, I would find that interesting just because I don't have that electrical engineering or computer engineering background. And I know the way you explain things, David, I would be able to follow it. I've watched enough of your videos over the past several years that I can say that. You've been working for 15 years in Linux. The person watching is probably 25. Well, I've been working with Linux for 25 years. But my working with Linux has had very little to do with what I've done as a career. I mean, I've snuck it in the library in a couple of places, but it's not like it was there before me. They want your perspective. If I mentioned a product, it would be presented as just one example. Yeah. I will start with a video describing my future direction for at least half of my future content. Nice. The Flint, Michigan router. Well, it's the Flint 2, Joe. It's a Flint 2. So you know, it's Flint, but with none of the dirty water. My best video is in that category, having achieved over 250,000 views, leading to 5,700 subscribers and earning more than $1,800. That cannot be ignored. Yeah. Yeah. Can't argue with those numbers. I've never had a video hit 100,000. I believe my best video is just over 50K. I believe it's just over 50K. 52. That's the best one that I've the best received video. So and I guess in all honesty, you know, between Fog 1.5.7 and 1.5.10, not a whole hell of a lot has changed. I mean, you know, the other ones have done all right, but they have not. Well, I mean, they haven't been out as long either, but I mean, between these two, they're at 50K a piece average. And the first one was 210 subscribers and just under $250. And the other one was 265 subscribers and just under $230. So I guess in some ways I niched down too far by locking and loading into just the Linux side of things. I mean, with the title Practical IT, I really could have gone a little more broad than what I have. It did not start its rise to fame until more than a year after I uploaded it. Yeah, these were a long time after release, because I mean, it took a year to get not quite 7,000 views. Well, let's see, 263 days, just over 7,000 views. And then, you know, at about 1,080 days, you know, we're at 40,000 views. It definitely was not a you know, a viral thing, but it just had a continuous growth kind of thing. And that's why, you know, like some of my videos I've released lately, you know, it's like, sure, the RescueZilla video got 2,000 views in a couple of weeks. But you know, the rest of these that are not like midweek news, it's like I expect these to be, you know, the slow growth that might get picked up later on. I honestly figured that, you know, memory upgrades for your Intel or AMD PC or laptop would have done better than 108 views. Um, but you know, it is what it is, and um, I have not been publishing long form at the frequency I once did, other than my midweek news, and that is just kind of a it was a project to humor myself and keep track of um, changes in the industry on the Linux side specifically, um, or mainly. So you know, the NetBird video did pretty well. That was released in September of last year and is at, you know, 7,700 plus views. But I don't know. Well, like I said, you know, when talking with Joe the other night and realizing that, you know, like 22.5% of my videos are over 1,000 views, um, you know, not everybody gets to that point. And, you know, since I don't have the advantage of being a young, attractive female making content, um, um, I got to take what I can get. So, anyways, uh, godlike powers. Don't stop at 2 hours. Finish off that peach. As old as them. Right, right. Typo. Right. My niche is anything involving a microprocessor. Quite broad. Yeah. I mean, at that point, you could start covering robot vacuum cleaners and, um, you know, robot lawnmowers and all kinds of things, David. You've got a couple of cats. I understand cats like robot vacuum cleaners, so um I don't know. um let's see. I guess if we're gonna go a while longer, then I'm going to rearm my um forest app. Let's say we'll go another bit of time. So yeah, I'm uh definitely um thinking about different things and ways I can expand out and add revenue streams while doing content. And that way, if an opportunity doesn't arise for me to change jobs in the near future, I've still got a little bit more money coming in. I guess that's where I'm at. Um, so in that very successful video, I decided to teach something that is one, important to know by anyone looking to set up a home network, and two, something that took me quite a while to understand. Yeah, yeah. Is that the one where you went over subnetting? Um, a little bit of an introduction to subnetting. I would cover robot vacuum cleaners if I ran across one. We have to continually evolve. Yep. And you know, and that overarching area of thinking. Um, so I've had this idea for a number of years, and I don't know if I've ever really brought it up on a stream or not, but or in a video for the what the hell. Um, but I noticed fairly early on that as far as networking equipment, that over time, um, and I'll preface this by saying I'm not a fan of the idea of trickle down economics, but this idea that I've had in my head basically evolves around what I've in a cheeky way referred to as a trickle down feature set when it comes to networking gear, right? So you know, when I started picking up home networking gear, you know, the Linksys WRT54G was like the big popular thing at the time. And I didn't have the money to buy that one, so I ended up with equipment from a company called Belkin. Does anybody remember them guys or those guys? Um, so basically, it was a very similar hardware platform, but the firmware was quite different, at least on the web interface side of things. But it seems like over time, you know, more of these features, a prime example being, you know, VPN features, more and more of these features that were once at the enterprise level have come down into more consumer slash prosumer level um networking gear, right? And I've just found this phenomenon to be interesting to me, and you know, it's not something that I realized right away by any stretch. Um, but you know, it's just one of those interesting things that um, people that you know are teenagers or early 20s now and just buying network gear for the first time, they're not necessarily going to grasp that idea because um, they don't remember a time when those features weren't there. They don't remember a time before the internet. You know, they don't remember a time before, you know, the computer, an inexpensive computer on your desk was capable of watching, you know, full HD video without breaking a sweat. And you know, by the time my nieces have kids, providing they do, you know, their kids aren't going to be able to remember a time before AI existed. So you know, it's yeah, it's just one of those interesting things, and I think that's just because I've watched the industry as closely as I have, for the home and small business segments. I've never really had an opportunity present to work with enterprise network gear. I mean, sure, we had some Cisco stuff when I was finishing my undergraduate degree, and when I was teaching, we had some very old second or third hand Cisco gear. But uh, my experience with Cisco enterprise type gear has always happened within the confines of a classroom slash lab environment, and not as part of a production network. um I can set up a network for a home user, a small business, a nonprofit, when I'm half asleep, and still have it operate better than 90% of people out there. Um, and if they wanted, somebody in those last 10%, then they'd have to pay more than what they were willing to pay me. Uh, to implement a network, right? Um, but the point being, I guess it comes down to um, a point where I have a deep enough understanding of networking and server administration where I'm useful for a large number of small to medium sized businesses, from Soho up to a mid-sized business. um, Beyond that, maybe less so. um, so it's one of those things that, with exposure to, experience with those higher tier devices, after a short period of time, I'm sure I can get up to speed with them pretty quickly, actually, knowing what I know now. But y- you know, when all the HR people get involved and they want somebody with 20 years of experience with Cisco gear and XYZ certification, and they want you to be able to manage every version of Windows going back 20 years, and all these other completely off the wall requirements. It's like I'm even more interested in doubling down on making content. um, let's see. Yeah, subnetting was part of it. I thought I remembered watching that video. My biggest video on YouTube was an old video on formatting a flash drive on a Mac using disk utility. It was like 3 minutes long, 250,000 views. Yeah, I just, I don't know. I guess I'm in one of those unique positions where I was I was always more interested in learning and focusing on concepts rather than step by step um, instructions on doing a given thing on a particular version of software, or a particular operating system. Um, I mean, I could make a video on formatting a USB drive in Linux, but I don't know if it's even worth making. Um, Ashley accidentally. I'll say that 3 times real fast, Joe. You know I've been drinking tonight. Ashley actually accidentally came across my video when Googling that exact phrase at her job, not on our network. Holy crow, Joe. Ashley actually accidentally. Jeez, oh, Pete's. I owned one of those Linksys 54G routers, later taken over by Cisco. Yep, and then they split back off from Cisco. It may still be in my basement. Too bad my computer security video did not get the attention they deserve. Right. That's why I stopped doing Cybersecurity Awareness Month videos on my channel. It is wild the way technology moves forward. Yeah. Yep. Very important concepts, but apparently cause eyes to glaze over and generally considered negative. Yeah. I mainly dropped my CISSP because I honestly believe the big one is coming, and I don't want to be associated with having put out the warnings. Right. Soho is small office, home office, Joe. It's people that own small businesses, many of them starting them in their houses. So, you know, theoretically, although I'm having a problem trying to convince certain people of this, but theoretically, you know, you would want um, a separate VLAN or a separate subnet at the minimum for your business network versus your home network, at least if you're sharing your home with other people. So I don't know. I've tried to explain that to multiple people, and it continues to fall upon deaf ears. No no offense intended for the deaf people that might be watching this video using closed captioning. It's just a phrase. The big one, please explain. Sometimes the person warning is considered the person causing a problem. Yes. In my retirement, it's not worth the risk. Haven't you noticed the drastic increase in organizations being compromised? Yep. 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 Corporate executives are not willing to admit the risk. Yep. Yep. No arguments here. That very successful video of mine is for Soho. Yep. I thought I was remembering that correctly, but I have been hitting the whiskey tonight. And this is why people watch the second half of my live streams, because I get a little happy. And I'm really trying to push the water hard still. Every company is pretty much compromised. Yep. And I would surmise that the compromises are at least in part due to the C-level executives not wanting to take the advice of the experts they've hired to do things. but that's a whole other conversation. So, um, we've got 3 people watching. I know Joe and David are still here. Number 3 person, you're being pretty quiet. If you're still awake, say hello in chat, please. Just we're up to 4. We're up to 4. Numbers 3 and 4, please say hello in chat, please, if you're still awake. Is likely to be a setup practice for synchronized compromise. Alcohol is a depressant unless you can't get any more depressed. Then it's like a trampoline. Woohoo! A trampoline, yay! Wasn't there some show on, I think it might have been Adult Swim or something, that they ended the show with girls jumping on trampolines, or am I imagining this? Yes, number 3 and 4 also hit luck. Please. Makes sense, David. Not a CISSP, but have done a bunch of cybersecurity stuff on my own. Yep. Yep. The Man Show. Okay. I swear I wasn't imagining it, but it just popped in my head. You said trampoline. It's like, oh, what was that show? Girls jumping on trampolines ended ended the show. It was the Man Show. Well, it wasn't Jimmy Kimmel's show, or wasn't it Jimmy Kimmel's show? I don't remember. The Man Show, girls jumping on trampolines. Yep. I'm not going to bring that on screen because that would probably get me canceled. But Adam, wasn't it Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla? Not Jimmy Kimmel. Thought it was Dr. Drew. Not Dr. Dre, Dr. Drew. And now he is so PC. Corporate execs are also unwilling to hire the right folks to protect themselves, and if they do, they won't really listen. Just another neck for the noose. Yep, you got it. Yeah, what? Maybe it was Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla. There's a subreddit. Remember when the Man Show ended every episode with girls jumping on trampolines? Uh-huh. Oh well. Oh, somebody says they remember Jimmy Kimmel in blackface. Yikes. Okay. No, I think you're right. I think you're right. Um I think you're right. So, has Joe? Have you heard the new Eminem track yet? Houdini. It's pretty good. Lots of throwbacks to earlier songs, and cameo appearances by people like, oh, I don't know, Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg in the opening sequence of the um, of the video. So anyway, um, I'll stick around until the whiskey's gone. I'm not going to get into the bottle of cherry tonight. Okay, getting off my soapbox. My number 3 for getting out of the game early. Number 3 reason that is. I suspected. I suspected. I think we're all getting a little happy tonight, other than Joe, who's just rock sober. Oh well. Joe can laugh at the rest of us, I suppose. Yeah. I don't know what on earth. I don't know. Anyway. Um Jacob, welcome in. Yeah, you're late. We're 2.5 hours in. We might make it till midnight. Depending on how well I sip the remainder of my whiskey, and as long as I don't decide to get into the bottle of cherry tonight. Um, need to refill my OJ and vodka. Well, come on, Joe. Cheer up, man. You got a lot to be happy about. You got a house and a business and a wife and a dog, and you know Jim Quick, and so that's the reason to be happy. He seems like a pretty positive dude. Um, Come on, man, get on the bandwagon. Don't worry, be happy, as Bobby McFerrin would say. Of course, you probably don't know who that is. Might be a little before your time. Yes, welcome to the party. I have no reason to wake up early tomorrow anymore. Oh my. You gave me fond memories of the End of the Man show before there was good stuff to watch on Hub. Oh my. I thought since you're married you weren't allowed to do that anymore. Be right back. Have to return some of the OJ and vodka. Uh-huh. Is that the fish that sings? Bobby McFerrin? No, I think it was from the movie Cocktail. I think that was the soundtrack it was on. I know I had that on cassette. Yeah, Cocktail soundtrack. Uh, it had Hippie Hippie Shake, the Georgia Satellites. Don't Worry, Be Happy by Bobby McFerrin. Kokomo by the Beach Boys. Those were like the three biggies from the album. Oh, and Little Richard's Tutti Frutti, that had a resurgence after that movie. Um, I guess this is as good a time to bring up Little Richard as any. I mean, it is Pride Month and all, so um, seems like Tutti Frutti would be an apt song. Oh, that's where you start watching Ups. um, look up Big Mouth Billy Bass. Oh, geez. Uh, oh boy. Oh, this one is oh yeah. Two songs, I Will Survive and Don't Worry Be Happy, right. That's kind of like oh, let's do this. Um um Teddy Ruxpin, Ozzy Osbourne. So, you may not remember Teddy Ruxpin, Joe. I'm sure David does, but um, Teddy Ruxpin was this bear that had a cassette player in its side, and it had little kid related songs, right? Well, as those kids got older, they started, um, putting Iron Maiden and Ozzy Osbourne in the cassette player. And the part that was funny is that his mouth would move to the music. Can you just imagine Teddy Ruxpin singing Ozzy Osbourne's Mr. Crowley or Crazy Train? uh, anyways, um, yes, I did not know that Big Mouth Billy Bass saying "Don't worry, be happy." That's hilarious. Feel better now. Good. When women get married, they forget how to use straws. Oh my. All right. Well, this is devolving quickly. I have a big mouth Billy Bass in my closet from when I was a kid. He was so annoying that he came out of the box two times in probably 20ish years. We are talking songs now. You may not want to get me started. Okay, so I'll go one further. Um there's this group called Da Vinci's Notebook, or they've disbanded now. They're kind of like they were an a cappella singing group. And these are some of their songs. I'm not even going to say out loud the one in the top left under the Google logo. But um, the Another Irish Drinking Song and The Gates are both hilarious. But yeah, I'm not gonna repeat the top left one out loud. That's all I'm going to say about that. It was was the most annoying thing ever. We had one on our mantle. Well, geez, Joe. It would turn its stupid head out and sing. It made me worry and be angry. Oh my. All right. Let's see. I guess I should try to get back to the point of being a little bit constructive tonight, right? I guess I could do my prep work for midweek news live on stream. It might make for a more entertaining midweek news on Wednesday. Those are all boring. Holy moly. Microsoft unveils new Xbox consoles for Christmas 2024. Oh, good. So they're trying to outdo Sony, and these are just like refreshes. Adding 3 new Xbox S XS options to its lineup, each with unique designs. Goody. Yeah. Things I won't be buying for 200, Alex. Oh, malicious VS Code extensions with millions of installs discovered. Wow. I should stop following Throw. He's got so much of his stuff paywalled at this point. Ooh, new Kali and Parrot OS. Wow. Gaming on Linux. Ooh, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yay. NVIDIA revealed new security issues in their GPU drivers for June 2024. Wonderful. Proton Experimental gets updates for Guild Wars 2, Squad, Sleeping Dogs, and more. Yay. High on Life, Atari 50 anniversary celebration, Mech Warriors 5, and more in this bundle. Sure, that would be one I'd cover. Because that's as old as I am, right? What else? So I got my new PC part yesterday, I think it was. And haven't got it in a machine yet. How to forge, yeah, that's Blend OS, Huawei. Oh, there's an open source Authy replacement for Android. Right. Yay. Goody. Liliputing. I like this site. It's entertaining. Anbernic RG Cube, now available for $160 and up. Android handheld game console with 4-inch square display. 720 by 720 pixels. Runs Android 13. Minis forum. Oh, that one sounds interesting. Minis forum unveils Atom Man X7. It's a water-cooled mini PC. Has a Ryzen 9 8945HS, up to 64 gigs of dual channel DDR5 5600 memory, two M.2 2280 slots, and features dual 2.5 gigabit LAN ports and Oculink. That is cool. Probably has a nice price tag on it too. Let's see. What's your pricing at, people? Doesn't have a discrete GPU inside the case, but it should be easy to connect an external graphics dock thanks to the Oculink port, with support for data speeds up to 63 gigabit per second, or the dual USB 4 ports, each of which support 40 gig speeds. Minis Forum hasn't announced how much the computer will cost yet. Big surprise. Oh my. I think that's enough there. OpenSSH introduces options to penalize undesirable behavior. Okay. Having a little too much fun now. You're a happy drunk tonight. Well, I try to be. I installed Fresh RSS on my Unraid. Cool. How do you like it so far? I love it. I absolutely love it. It's made my life so much easier for doing midweek news prep. So much faster just to read through the titles of articles and skip by the ones I know I'm not interested in than it is to load up all the web pages that would have to be loaded to see all these articles to begin with. I'm fading, so I may not last too much longer. No worries, David. No worries. I never intended for this to go this long. I figured 90 minutes and done, but that was before I started in on the whiskey. Still trying to figure out how to use it other than the RSS option. How did you get all the feeds? I added them one at a time with the RSS option. I know that's probably not what you want to hear. Just don't point at me when the big one arrives. Yep. I'm no longer a sworn NCISSP. I just double checked. Power grid, bigger. The latter. But don't quote me. I am out of the game. Oh, that's a little far, Joe. I hope it doesn't go that far, but I guess if it goes that far, I'm glad to have had 50 years on the planet and not brought any children into the world. Mini PC that's water cooled. Is that when you use it as a coaster? I will not confirm what I know about the last one you mentioned. I have done information, aka cybersecurity reviews of that last one. Oh my. How did you have so many news articles? Because I got a bunch of websites that I added and have been following for a good amount of time. And it's also been a couple of days since I've cleaned out the list. So like the Open SSH one is interesting. I have to agree with David. The security related stuff doesn't do terribly well, unfortunately. But I like perusing through the list, and I run Ubuntu and Debian mostly, and so I like watching for the security advisory updates here. I don't generally have Java installed in any form, but you know, libarchive, security advisory warnings, BlueZ. A lot of these are things that I don't have installed to begin with. Pillow, FRR, GDK Pixbuff, Unix ODBC, another thing I don't use. LXer. Oh, did we get another Ventoy update? On 6/8, yesterday. Oh, holy crow. Update EFI boot files. Fix the Linpus Lite error on some computers. Fix the VToy Linux remount. Cannot take effect in latest OpenSUSE. Issues when installing on Dev MDX device. So MD, I think that's got to do with RAID. I'm not sure. Want to boot and install OS through network. Right. So gotta slip in an advertisement for iVentoy. Did that get another update too? No, still from 9/13/2023. Well, there. All right, so I've got to mention the Ventoy release. How to clear history in Ubuntu. The same way you do on any other Unix like command line. History-C clear. Is it bad I've got these things memorized? Oh, history-CW. That's an easy one to remember because that's my brother's first and middle initial. I don't remember what the W option was. I know C, but I didn't remember CW. Guess I won't forget it now. Yeah. Ubuntu or OBS Studio 30.2 promises NVENC AV1 and shared texture support on Linux. ThingPulse pen drive S3, versatile as both a lightweight Wi-Fi disk and rubber ducky device. That's piqued my interest. definitely piqued my interest. Proton Pass desktop app released for Linux. And the ones that come before yesterday, I can skip. I've already looked through those. Thank you. That gets me down to 318 stories now, I guess. This is probably not that entertaining for everybody else. Let's see. Where did you get all those sites? Are they all Linux? They're mostly Linux, and I got them from my bookmarks. Some of which had RSS feeds. Some of them, the fresh RSS was able to extrapolate an RSS feed. Is there a feature to export? That I don't know. Fresh RSS export. Backup. Da, 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 da. Fresh RSS global settings are in data config.php, and user settings are in data users star config.php. So, okay, here we go. Feed list export. You can export your feed list in OPML format, either from the web interface or from the command line. OPML export only exports the standard OPML parameters and does not export things such as desired refresh frequency, custom attributes, etc. I don't want to save articles. I just want to save looking for an OPML export. Well, that'd be under archiving. $7,500 articles, 22.69 megabytes. Because we could optimize the database. I'll have to do this when I've not been drinking. I will try to export that file and send it to you before I start hitting the whiskey tomorrow. You think it's back to self-host at home? Well, honestly, I'm considering moving my fresh RSS to Umbrel or something else. Casa OS, whatever. Unrated has built-in Docker support, and it was in the repository. Yep. It should just be youtube.com/@ channel name. That should get you the RSS feed. Still here, but wobbling a little in my chair. It's okay. You're retired. Have a busy day tomorrow. Need to roll my backup generator out of the garage. Give it a test and an oil change. I worked very closely with the physical security guys when I was in IT. I supported the C levels. Let's say I saw some interesting stuff. Yep. No relation to my previous discussion points. My official response, of course. Yeah, big day. You should see my setup. I have a 240 volt power inlet on the side of my house and a transfer switch that can switch over about half of my home outlets to the generator. That's cool. An advantage provided by my early skills in electrical wiring. Yep. I have practically zero skills in electrical wiring, or else I would try to fix some of the issues in this building myself. I'm afraid. Oh, look at that. We're at 3JAU. And I'm not out of whiskey yet. I'll sleep well tonight, I can say that much. Oof. Probably more the whiskey that I should have imbibed in tonight. Hmm. Plumbing is another issue, however. Have you ever seen the movie History of the World Part 1, David? I think it came out in like 1980 or 81. There's a scene in the Roman Empire where somebody's selling plumbing and they keep going on about how they'll pipe the crap right out of your house. They used another word for it, though. Yeah, 3JAU. You should try to fix the electrical live. Yeah, right. I was also an electrician in an earlier career, saved me thousands over the years. I'm running a similar setup. What's your generator rated at wattage wise? Interesting. Oh my. I don't know how much longer we'll go. Not quite out of whiskey yet. Not quite out of whiskey yet. But I'm starting to feel it. Starting to feel it. 1 kilowatt. Yep. Since we're not going to have a garage in back, I wonder how the neighbors would react to me putting in a solar panel farm out there where the garage used to stand. um Probably nice on gas, minus 9.8 kilowatt constant, 15 surge rated. I have a lot of computer equipment and air conditioning online. Gigawatt. No firm date yet, but last I talked to the old man, he was hoping, we were both hoping to start it mid-June, which we're not quite there yet, but by the end of the week, I don't think it's going to happen. So maybe by the end of June, they'll be starting it. I wish. Not quite out of peach yet. I've got a little bit in the bottom of the glass. So yeah, we might make it to 12:30, but I got to do a hard cutoff at 12:30. I do have to go in and work a short day tomorrow. I don't really want to be hungover or anything. Oh, well, look at that. We're up to 7 viewers 3 hours into the stream. That's great. That's great. I do not know where the where the export feature is in this software. Nope. I guess I got to take that off. Work? What's that? Yes, please, everybody, hit like. I know some of you have come in late. I'm feeling a little happy at this point, but yeah. Finish the peach and just a little taste of the Traverse City. But I've had that before. I've had a whole bottle of that. Got a taste test. My father-in-law has an antique 200 kilowatt 3-phase military camp generator. He definitely went for overkill and a half for a 60-acre farm. Well, hey. User queries, extensions, system configuration. I don't know. User registration, manage users. Is there a export from here? User list. Update, purge, remove, promote, disable. No, that's not what I want. Authentication, installation check. I do not know where the option is in the let's see. Add a sharing method. Well, Joe, Signal's not listed in here, so that's not an option at the moment. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm not sure where the option's hiding. Not sure where that option is hiding. I would have thought under system configuration there would have been an option to export, but I'm not finding it. Sorry. I'll have to I wonder if it's under subscription management. So my tech feeds, can I, will export from here? I really would have thought that's where it would have been, but oh, here we go. Import, export. All right, here we go. Export. Export list of feeds. Export your labeled articles. Export your favorites. I'm going to put that on the desktop. Save. It's a zip file. Get info. Oh, that's not bad. 635 kilobytes. I can email that to you. I can email that to you. All right. I'll finish the peach. This is me finishing the peach. Oh, sorry. That was under the comment. There. Peach is gone. That's probably more of a pour than I wanted. All right, everybody talk amongst yourselves. I need to go perform a miracle and turn whiskey into water. All right, I feel better now. The only way I could feel better than this is if I were in David's shoes and I didn't have to get up and go to work tomorrow. All right. Okay, so let me Let me send that right now or else I'll forget. Send to Josephus. Desktop. Fresh RSS. Open. Okay, Mr. Josephus, you have a message on Signal with a zip file. Um, I sent it to you just a second ago. Check your Signal. Can I get a CC on that list? I need your email address or a way to find you on Signal. And then yes, I could send that. I'm not opposed to sharing it. I made a boo-boo. It can support 80 amps at 120 volts constant, so it's 9.6 kilowatts. I will blame the vodka. Must be some good vodka, David. Yes, you shared RSS. Thank you. Another 2 hours. No, no, no. How dare you even suggest that? Now Joel asked for it. I kind of thought so. Usually anything under 2 kilowatts is 120 only. No RSS for me. You should have received it yet already, Josephus. Eh. 30. All right. Yeah, that's what I was going to check here. Signal. All right. Well, let's see. I do need to stock up on more gas. It can only run for about 7 hours with what I have in the shed out back. I went with a dual fuel as a backup to my main generator. Propane is much easier to store and safer. Mine is a 10-gallon tank, around 8 hours at full load, or 11 to 12 with just the fridge and minimal rack and Wi-Fi packets. Another 2 hours. No. No. Oh, good. Yeah, so Jacob, if you want that, my contact information is on the YouTube. That one, nope, not that one. This one, maybe. Not that one. How about this? And this. So yes, with the new layout, if you go to a little arrow thingy here and scroll down, there is the option to grab my email address. So yeah. I'll gladly share that. There's nothing there to hide. I mean, you may both want to filter out some of the non-tech stuff I've got in there, which is mostly related to the library, because I didn't really want to continue maintaining separate accounts on Fresh RSS just so I could follow library stuff. Um, so there's some of that on there as well. You can just delete it out. Um, you never gave the Peach versus Traverse City comparison. Let's hear it. Um, I think the Traverse City could have a little bit more cherry flavor, but I might be a little spoiled now by the amount of flavor in the peach. I think the peach is a little more smooth tasting than the cherry. Um, but the cherry is good. Don't get me wrong. Um, yeah. Uh, yeah. I'm just at that point of being in a good mood and you know, not having too many worries at the moment. Um, yeah. It's good stuff. Good stuff. I still want to get one of those bottles, a twist of orange that Tony keeps talking about, but that's a $90 bottle of whiskey. Um, little rich for my taste at the moment, but maybe one day I'll break down and buy myself a bottle just to say that I've had a bottle. So, um, let's see. What brand was the peach? The peach was Evan Williams. Is that going to focus? Evan Williams peach. It just takes me out of focus. And that was only like an $18 bottle of whiskey. The Traverse City Cherry is 40. We need a stream with a bunch of us drinking the same beverage. That would be a good stream. That would be a good stream. Uh, my younger days, I spent a few all-night poker games where the beverages were synchronized. Uh, there was still a quarter shot in that bottle of peach. There is nothing in that. Well, okay. I won't say nothing. Now there's nothing in the bottle of peach. Are you happy now, Josephus? So yeah. Um okay, so story time. Just because I'm in that headspace, right? So my ex fiance was a big Beatles fan, and I had discovered the Beatles and been listening to the Beatles before I discovered her. So I already had a relationship with the um music catalog of the Beatles, right? And so um my favorite Beatles song before she came into my life for that brief period of almost 3 years was Helter Skelter, because it was like a heavier proto metal song, as close to metal as the Beatles got, right? And after my uh, whatever it was with her ran its course, my favorite Beatles song became something a little, I can't say darker, but I guess you could perceive it as darker in the context of a an ended relationship. But the lyrics go, happiness is a warm something. It's a 3-letter word that rhymes with run. The lyrics after that say, bang a gong, shoot some whiskey, right? But the gong and the whiskey parts were things that I added for safety of YouTube issues. But I also began having a better appreciation for a Guns N' Roses song called "I Used to Love Her." Something about buried in my backyard, and I can still hear her complain. Yeah. Anyway, just the kinds of stories that you get from me after I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and finished off one bottle of whiskey and made a pour out of a second. Now I might have to listen to some Beatles tonight. If I knew what radio station was near her, I would dedicate that song to her. But anyways, okay, so I finished the quarter shot, drank the last drop out of the bottle. I did that. I won some serious cash during during a number of those games. I will never confirm or deny that I built up my tolerance the 2 weeks prior to those games. I'm guessing she doesn't watch this channel. No, she doesn't. Not that I'm aware of. If she follows the channel, she is one of those people that has their follow status private. So I guess another story from my undergraduate days, since I went back to school at 30, right? So I've mentioned a few times before that math was never my subject. So I don't know if it was a Thursday night. It was towards the end of the week, anyways. It was either a Thursday or Friday, and I had royally bombed a math test, and so I'd gone to the liquor store because I was over 30 at the time, and at the time I had just started drinking beer and building a tolerance for beer. So I was still drinking stuff I wouldn't really touch today. But I bought a 12-pack case of Labatt Blue Light, and I was pretty mad at myself about failing this exam. So I got back to the apartment and took a can of beer to my area of the apartment, and I started drinking. Well, my roommate at the time, now my buddy that lives in Illinois and financial advisor, whatnot. He was entertaining a how's the politically correct way to say this? A co-ed at the time, and he decided to throw down a dare to me and dared me to drink the whole case of Labatt Blue Light. And so not only did I drink the whole case, but I one beer at a time, I stacked them up on the kitchen table in a pyramid. And yeah, that was the one and only time I've ever drank a case of beer in a single night. But yeah, I've got a few stories. Haven't shared them all yet. Maybe one day. Um I did the same thing when I had some difficulty with an English literature test on King Lear. Glad I'm not the only one. You know, I maintain I was just taking the advice of Ozzy Osbourne, and in one of his songs he sings, "Take a bottle, drown your sorrows." Well, they were cans, but the same concept, right? Uh, Prince of Darkness, I salute you. Yes. The Ozman giveth and the Ozman taketh away. Right? I might have one more pour of the cherry. I don't know. Um maybe we'll make it to 4 hours. I'm having fun still. I'm having fun still, so what the hell, right? Um yeah. I don't know. I don't know. The one college party I went to, I got to the frat house, made my way to the basement where the bar was, waited in line to get a beer. One person away, campus police raid the place. And that was my party days at college. Have another pour. There's also a missing 6 hour period of my life when my tech support softball team finally won a game one Friday night in Central Park, New York City. So this isn't my story to tell, but one that I still get a lot of laughs out of these days. So this was the year before I went back to school. My buddy in Illinois and one of his friends, they were still not of age at this point in time, and this has been over a decade ago. So anyways, they were under the influence of some alcoholic beverages this night, and they decided to try to one up the campus police, right? So they made their way out to a store and they bought some of the bottles of root beer that come in the brown bottles. But they went a step further and they had the brown bottles of root beer placed in brown paper bags. And the cops stopped them suspecting that they were going to be able to bust them for a minor in possession. And the guys pulled their bottles out of the bags and it was root beer. And the cops just shook their heads and drove away. Um, I still think that was a clever move on their part, but a little bit surprising that they didn't still get a breathalyzer and get busted. But hey, um, tech support softball team is a hilarious concept. Yeah, actually, it kind of is. Um, During my 1 year as a cadet in the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Uh, I'm glad you're not still in Colorado because they got those wackos like Bobo out there. All right, this is the last pour of the night. Okay, that's more of a pour than I wanted, but hey, we're still having fun, right? Okay, I guess I could do a little more show and tell. Um, so I bought this is a couple weeks ago, I guess, because they had it on sale. This is Amiga Forever Premium Edition 10. I think I had Premium Edition 2 or 5 or 3 or something a few years back. May still be installed on that crazy Windows 10 machine I've still got running for whatever reason. But this comes with licenses for the ROMs and stuff. So basically, by buying this package, I can take the ROMs needed to run the games and other stuff in other emulation besides what they provide in their package. So that is what made it worth it to me. So I got both the electronic download and the physical copy because the physical copy has different things on videos on DVD that I can watch. Yeah. Um Nothing like that ever happened. make make t-shirts. That's a little more of a pour than I wanted. Yeah, something like that. Like I said, it's a little more of a pour than I wanted. You make the call, Ashley. If you need Josephus to go to bed, then I'll wind this down. Um, but hey, after 3 hours and 38 minutes, we've still got 5 people watching. That's pretty doggone good. Um, yeah. Or that's the pour I guess I earned. I like that. When are you going to get a whiskey glass with your logo on it? That's another good idea. Oh my. I'd buy one and I don't even drink. This pour made me poor. Yeah, well, I will not confirm or deny that. Um, yeah, yeah. You can do it right on Vistaprint. I was looking at it the other day. Oh, well, that's an interesting concept. That's an interesting thought. What other flavors do they have of Traverse City? Okay. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Um, okay. Enough with this IT stuff. Let's look at whiskey stuff. Uh, Traverse City Whiskey Company. Are you old enough to? Yes. Okay. Products. Whiskey. Lakeside Peach. Michigan Apple. North Coast Rye. American Cherry. And Triple X Straight Bourbon. Yeah, well, that's probably the only Triple X thing I'm going to ever get into. So, that's a whole other conversation, you know. It's whiskey talking. It's whiskey talking. Shh. So, their peach, I'm interested in trying. The apple, I'm interested in trying. Yeah, I gotta track those two down at this point, or else see if I can just order them and have them delivered. Find near you. Um. Sure. We'll just call it that. Um. Diamonddale Supermarket. Really? Does Carl's have that? I've just not seen it. Okay. Well, maybe that's Sparty Liquor in Holt. That's not far from me. Okay. Well, that's all good. Rams Corner Store. Woohoo! Okay, so we've figured that out. So vistaprint.com. Do I have an account here? Oh, I think I do. I swear I've ordered from them before. Ah, I do. Okay, copy. Okie dokie. Um, Whiskey glass. Hmm. Ah. Canned glasses. Ooh. Yeah, rocks glass. I'm pretty sure that's the one, right? Oh, 72 of them starting at $503. Can I get just a single? Minimum 72 units. Eh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. 48 beer glasses. 72 pub glasses. Well, I may have to do a fundraiser or something in order to get these. I thought maybe I could order just like one stemless 2-piece red wine glass set. One starting at $30.35. That I could do. You're a wine drinker, aren't you, Ashley? Or am I thinking of somebody else's wife? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, sweet. Thank you. One of them is 1025 to 1822 a unit. Start designing. Select an image. We can do this even in my present state because I've got I'm somewhat organized on my computer. Um so probably using this logo. Well, it doesn't look like it's showing up that well. Adjust contrast. Eh. Hmm. Well, I'll have to play with this because that looks a little light considering it's actually black. I don't know. I think those three lines would make a great T. Add the link to this part of the stream. QR code, actually. Got to put the peach side by side with the other one. Yeah, that's an idea. Scroll up, cocktail glass. Got it. Yes, red. Take the chat off screen. I enjoy a good Merlot from time to time myself. Merlot is good. I'm a cab girl. Well, at least you didn't have to say you're a Barbie girl, so I guess that's a bonus. Now you're gonna have the song stuck in your head. All I can think of is my favorite Beatles song. Anyways. Oh, it's etched, not printed. Okay, so that would look okay etched. That would look okay etched. Unless you think the other logo would look better. Um, leave page. Let's just try that again. Start designing. Because I'm assuming, let's do upload an image. Because I'm assuming that even if I chose this logo, it's still going to come out etched and not in color. That would be all right. If that's the case, I would probably do this logo instead. Um, that might be better. Hey, great minds think alike, right? uh, so I've got one bottle of wine that's sitting around, and I bought it because of the label on it and the name. It's called Zinfo Maniac. The glass shows darker than it is. It would look better in person. Okay. I may have to get my hands on one of these. I don't know if I'll splurge right now, but now that I know it exists, I may have to order two and then take one down to Illinois and leave it at my buddy's place. Because that would, be a nice thing to have a drinking glass at his place too. Have a good night, David. I think we might make it to 4 hours, and then I'm gonna pass out for the night myself. Well, hey, I guess if I can do 4 on a Sunday night, then 6 is going to be a walk in the park, right? On the 29th. Um, yeah. Okay, so Vistaprint for having a cocktail glass printed. I'm okay with that. I can if I do two, 35 bucks. No setup fee. Get as soon as June 22nd. Okay, so I probably need to order by the end of the week. I could take one down and give it to my buddy, and it'll be all good. 13 and a half ounces, dishwasher safe. Cool. Cool. So, anyway, I think people would buy some. Potentially. Potentially. Um, get it in time for your 6 hour stream. Yeah, that's an idea for sure. That's an idea for sure. Um, well, just a word of I don't know. Anyways, um, I'm not even going to go there. Thought better of it. Never mind. Never mind. All right. What else? I don't know at this point. Suppose we could kill a few more minutes with perusing through the App Store. No, wrong button. That one. Let's see. Files and productivity. Um, hmm. A self-hosted file converter. Ooh. Passkey client, passkey server, photo prism, sync thing, snapdrop, C file. Yeah. Skip Bitcoin, finance. Portfolio tracking, analysis, accounting, and tax reporting. That's a mouthful. Media. It's got most of the R apps. Jellyfin, Jellyseer, Overseer. Nothing's sticking out at me tonight that I really need to install. Uptime Kuma. Everybody has Uptime Kuma. Watch your LAN. Libre Speed for speed testing. Cloudflare Tunnel. Let's see. Social. Data bug. Bag. Data bag. Invidious. Browse YouTube without tracking or ads. That sounds like something that would get me in trouble. I don't know what Noster is, so I don't need a relay for it. Or a backup for it, rather. Element. LibReddit. An alternative private front end to Reddit. That sounds interesting. Why not? Why not? No strudel, but I like strudel. Strudel sounds good right now. Fresh RSS. I could install that and see if my backup file works. That might save me a couple bucks. Unable to connect. Bugger. Synapse. What wasn't that part of their product in the movie Antitrust? Synapse. Maybe I'm gone tonight already. Now I want strudel. Maybe I'll have a toaster strudel before I go to bed. Home and automation. ESP Home, Homebridge, Node-RED, NAN, Frigate, Home Assistant, and Node-RED. Oh, Node-RED Bitcoin. AI. Chatbot UI. Llama GPT. Chatpad AI, and Libre Translate. Developer tools. MinIO, Portainer, Wiki.js, Pocketbase, GitT, Code Server, Penpot, and Umami. I'm guessing that's some sort of a Japanese thing, but sounds like something that Ricky would say to Lucy. Ooh, mommy. I don't know. Only in this state could I think of the I Love Lucy show. Oh, now it opens. Submit. Next step. Sure, we'll go with SQLite. Default username. Complete installation. Got to get rid of this light mode. Okay. Got to find dark mode. That's the first thing I got to do. Display. Ooh, doggy. Automatic dark mode. No, I don't want automatic. Just change me to dark mode. Change me to dark mode. Bright lights, bright lights. Oh, that's much better. Much, much, much better. Okay, now. Um, was that under archiving? I'm gonna have to go back and watch this so I remember where to find the flippin' import export thing. System configuration, maybe? No. Now I'm thinking of Frank Zappa's music. He had a song called Hungry Freaks Daddy. Yeah. Making fun of the hippies in the 60s. Good stuff. Okay, I'm too far gone tonight. I don't think I'm going to find it again. I don't think I'm going to find it again. Umami is the taste of MSG. Well, hey, it's all good. Okay, okay. Um, Probably going to regret this, but bottoms up. We're over 4JAU now. Time to end the stream. Woo-hoo-hoo. All right. Thank you to the 3 poor souls that have stuck with me through 4 hours of streaming. I appreciate it. Whether there's much value to this content tonight, I don't know. I'm maybe the first 2 hours had some value. The second 2 hours, not so much. But it's been 4 hours. It's now 1 a.m. and I got to be to work at 9:30, so I need to get some sleep. Have a good night, everybody. I appreciate all of you for sticking around. We're back up to 4 now. Yeah. Before I do anything stupid on a stream, I should just end this, and so that's what we'll do. Have a good night. I will probably be back Wednesday, and midweek news will more than likely make the transition to being part of the Wednesday night stream. And we'll see how that goes. We'll just go ahead and try it this week, and make a decision in a month. We'll try it for 4 weeks and make a decision. On that note, have a good night.